Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome here from Kronberg, Germany, and from me, wherever in the world you may be watching. It's a real pleasure to have you with us for the FEI European Championships 2025 for young riders and U25 riders, broadcasted here live on Clip My Horse TV and FEI TV. My name is Robinson Bodevic, and I'm honored to guide you through these next days of top-class dressage sport. I'm a professional rider and trainer myself, and I've had the privilege of working as a rider for Dorothy Schneider, as well as training under Klaus and Annabelle Balkenhol. These incredible mentors shaped my deep respect for classical dressage, for training and the art behind each movement. Values I try to reflect not only in my work with horses, but also here as your commentator. Like every good dressagist, my English might have a few little imbalances here and there. I'm not a native speaker, but I'm working on making the overall picture harmonious. So please bear with me, but I do my absolute best to guide you through this championship with passion and clarity. What makes this event so special is the combination of youthful ambition and remarkable skills. This week we will witness Europe's most talented young riders and U25 athletes representing their nations in a format that blends both individual brilliance and team strategy. Today marks the first part of the team competition for the young riders, with each country sending their first 2 riders down the center line. Tomorrow we will see the second half of each team, and by the end of the day the team medals will be awarded. So the stakes are already high from the very beginning. We have 13 nations represented in this division, fielding some of the brightest young talents of the sport, and it's always inspiring to watch how these riders take on the pressure of riding for their country while still expressing their individual styles. As always, the Prix St. George is the test for the young riders, a demanding but elegant combination of technical accuracy and expressive harmony. And as we follow each horse and rider combination through the test, I do my best to share with you the subtleties, the challenges and the beauty behind every single movement. On a more personal note, I would also like to say a heartfelt thank you for all the kind messages and warm feedback I received after my commentary at the CDI in Leer earlier this year. It was my debut and your support has meant the world to me. I'm grateful to be here again. So whether you're a passionate dressage fan, a rider yourself, or just discovering this incredible sport, I hope you will enjoy these next days with us here live on Clip My Horse, and let yourself be inspired by the elegance, power and precision of Europe's rising stars. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. The first competitor, the first combination is just going to start in 1 minute. And I'm very excited now. Hope you are as well. Here in this absolutely outstanding setting in Kronberg. It's the Schafhof from family Matthias Alexander Rath and his mother Ann-Kathrin Linsenhoff. And the first combination enters the arena and is just going to open out these European Championships. As always, the riders still have a bit time to welcome their horses here in the arena. Now representing Spain, the first rider here in the European Championships, we introduce the 19 years old Maria Badell Sanchez, representing her 9 years old KWN stallion, Let's Go Crazy. A really nice entrance here. Let's Go Crazy is by Grand Galaxy, win out of Veronica. Really expressive first extended trot here. We could have had a little bit more swinging over the back, but a really nice and expressive trot work here at the beginning. As we can see, she's in this first half pass struggling a little bit with the bending. And again, a really expressive extended trot. Nice frame here on the short side. She's improving the frame a little bit during the test. He's getting a bit better now, even in his neck, coming a little bit more up and in front of the vertical. And this half pass to the right for me was a lot better. Very nice bending and flexion to the right, steady connection to the bit, and a good transition here to the collected walk, which is shown in a really clear 4-beat rhythm. A good frame, good connection. Now the first walking period. Now really small. We could have had a bit more bending here to the left as well. Let's see how it goes to the right. Yeah, he starts turning a little bit at the end by himself. Lost a little bit the spot on the hind leg. And now the transition into the extended walk. The horse needs to find the relaxation here, which we can see is not that easy at the beginning, getting better now, but we would wish that the horse is getting a bit longer in the neck, really open up the frame, getting with the nose more in front so that the shoulder really comes out as much as possible, gaining as much as possible ground cover as well. Very nice and smooth transition into the collected canter here. And directly at the beginning, the 2 half passes here with the flying changes. The last change here was a little bit short in the hind leg, a little bit of tense there. So the first period, she manages well. Maybe was still a bit big, but could keep the rhythm. Very good outside canter here. That changed a little bit, not even through. A very nice period to the right. Seems that the movements to the right are a bit easier for the horse and the rider than the ones to the left. Good change here. Absolutely on point. Super managed by Maria Badell Sanchez in these 4 time changes. Clear and safe, nice uphill, very straight. She's gaining 7s for that by the judges. And the 3 time changes, really riding forward, trying to push out every change. Well done. Good 3 time changes. Directly the pat for the horse again by the rider. It's always nice to see how is the communication as well, not also during the exercises. And the last salute for Maria Badell Sanchez, and let's go crazy. Representing Spain here, opening up with a nice round, the FEI European Championships. Some little issues here and there, but overall, I'm sure she can be happy with that first test today. There we can see the fan base from Maria Badell Sanchez, being happy with her and the ride. And here's the score, 67.030%.
At H, 68.971. At C, 65.294. At M, 67.794. And B, finally, 66.324. Gives us a total percentage of 67.030% for Spain, for Maria Badell Sanchez, and let's go crazy. 67,03%. Erstes Teamergebnis für Spanien. Jetzt Einzelreiter individual competitor for Greece, presenting Formentera, Hanoverian mare of 9 years. Welcome, Eleni Barmpati, Greece.
And the next combination arrived here in Kronberg. Having a long journey from Greece. We proudly present the 20-year-old Eleni Barmpati. And she's riding the elegant 9-year-old Hanoverian mare Formentera. Formentera is by finest out of a Rubin Cortes OLD dam. And we can see that Eleni Barmpati has chosen the bridle for today's test. Could have come a little bit more over the back, finding a bit more over tracking here in this first extended trot. She became a bit quicker than really opening up more the frame and gaining more ground cover. The shoulder in could have been a bit more steady, a bit more balanced to even reach out higher points. Very nice half pass here to the left, a good bending, good flexion. Yeah, needs to keep the crossing until the end. It's so important really to mark out every line here. Oh, from the front it looks that the horse is not clear in the rhythm here. Not 100% balanced in this extension. That's a lovely shoulder in now. Very nice self-carriage. Good bending and flexion coming into the vault now. Keeping the bending and the flexion. A good connection now. Half pass to the left, yeah. The collected walk, it's horse is getting a bit quick, and as you can see, the bell rings. Maybe her first European Championships, and she was a bit too nervous or just a little bit too focused on her horse. That can happen. It's just important now to forget that and keep on going. It's not 100% controlled here in these periods. The horse is could be a little bit more on the rider's seat, could stay a little bit more collected in this walk, and to find a clearer rhythm in the walking periods with more bending as well. Even here it looks like there is still a little bit of tense in the back. The horse is finding a bit the stretching, but could stay a bit calmer in this walk. Nice half pass. The change then a little bit crooked. Needs to make sure to release. Yeah, even here. That's why the issue came for the change then. Sometimes it seems that the rider is a bit quick in her eights. The half period now to the left. Yeah. Quite small. Even here could be a bit more collected, could find a little bit more the weight on the hind leg. Let's see how she manages now in the period to the right. Yeah, not bad. Could find a bit more self-carriage in these periods. To even let them jump a bit more through the body, through the back especially. 4-time changes. Quite safe. They can still be a bit straighter in future to reach out even higher marks here on this diagonal. Good preparation for the 3 tempi. She manages that really well, but even here needs to make sure for even higher points, for getting more 7s by the judges to keep these changes a bit straighter. And the extended canter, very good managed, and a good transition back into the collection with a nice flying change to the right here. Coming really straight here on the center line. Let's see how the last half hold comes through. What a pity. And the salute by Eleni Barmpati, ladies and gentlemen, representing Greece, and her lovely mare Formentera. And we can see here, even in the trot work,
and here are the scores
that the horse needs to flow a little bit more over the back in the future. 61.324%, and then even to find more self-carriage. Very nice that she's able to show a Prix St. George on a bridle. We definitely have to point that out. But today, some issues in the suppleness.
Next competitor, also an individual rider for Luxembourg, presenting Sundancer, Tannenhof, Sun Gold, and Wolkentanz. Oldenburg bred, 17 years old. Here is Lena Wolf, representing Luxembourg.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we just keep on going now with the next combination. We are now delighted to introduce the only 17-year-old Lena Wolf aboard the elegant 15-year-old Oldenburg gelding Sundancer. Sundancer is by Sun Gold out of a Volkentanz 2 mare. Oh, I'm sorry, she seems to be 18 now. In my research, she was still 17. Still a very, very young rider. Finding a very nice entrance here. Good start into the test with an expressive first extended trot. Finding good ground cover. Really well balanced seated rider. A nice shoulder in here to the left and the vault. Also very nice, good connection. Really like that steady connection, and she's always keeping that flow from the hind leg over the back to the mouth. Seems that Lena Wolf can really take over the reins lightly in her half holds, in the transitions as well. Very nice here in the frame on the short side as well. A really super balanced shoulder in here. Nice in the flexion and bending. And absolutely well seated by this talented young rider. Coming into the second half pass here, even to the right. Very nice crossing, keeping the swing and the activity of the collected trot. Very nice first trot tour here. And this, now we can see, maybe we can compare this with the collected walks before. This collected walk is absolutely in a clear 4-beat rhythm. It's collected, it's active, but not too quick in the rhythm. Hind leg is just stepping into the mark of the front leg. Let's see if she finds the relaxation and stretching now in this extended walk. Yeah. She's really willing to give him the reins, to keep him long in the neck. And we can see that the horse is really falling down with the neck, searching the stretching. Maybe could even get a bit more ground cover to gain some higher marks, but also really well managed by Lena Wolf. And that's a strong first half pass. Bit crooked here in the change to the right. Seems as he has stolen the change. It was a bit quicker. Can happen. Really manages it super here. Period maybe a bit big. That's helping him with a lot of flexion now to really stay in the outside canter. Good change on the short side. And let's see the period to the right now. Well, that was a bit smaller. Maybe you can keep a little bit more the weight on the hind legs in these periods in future. I think these were 5. And he has stolen the last change again. What a pity, this issue in the 4-time changes. So now the 3 times. Stay focused. Super managed by Lena Wolf, and the pad Absolutely well done by the rider, which is absolutely not easy. And we shouldn't forget, these riders are just young riders, only 18 years old, having mistake and then improving the next line like this is absolutely impressive for me. Lena Wolf, ladies and gentlemen, representing Luxembourg, a test with a lot of highlights and some little issues in the canter work. I think if the horse can carry a little bit more the weight on the hind leg, finding a bit more the power there, she can really improve that canter work and make it as good as the trot work. How lovely to see how happy she is with her sun dancer, and these are 66.941%. Oh, and she's so thankful and grateful for this. What lovely pictures.
At C, 65.882, and M, 68.2.
And she's absolutely happy with that. How nice to see.
5 gives her a total of 66.941.
And this lovely trot work here in this shoulder in, so balanced, and you can only see 3 legs from the front, really turning the shoulder and not pushing the hind leg out.
Welcome to our guys from the UK, containing Mette Dahl, Tegan Cantrell-Bennett, Isabel Langley, and India Dermot Mills. And you have to keep Tom Hobday is supervising the first team rider.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the first team rider for Great Britain.
Gelding from Fiebertanz and Jazz is for Great Britain, first team rider Mette Dahl.
Another young, talented rider, 2 years older now. The 20-year-old Mette Dahl, riding her 16-year-old Belgium sport horse gelding Fidelio van het Blumenhof. He's side by Fiebertanz out of a Jazz mare. And at the CDI at Addington in May 2025, they recorded an unforgettable weekend, scoring 73.3 in the team tests, 73.0 in the individual, and 74 to win the freestyle, marking a clean young rider international debut. So let's see how they start today. The first team result for Great Britain, ladies and gentlemen, Mette Dahl and Fidelio van het Blumenhof. Very strong start here. Another expressive first extended trot. Maybe could be a bit more active out of the hind leg. Keep a bit more swinging over the back here, but finding good ground cover. Nice shoulder in here, yeah. Needs to make sure to really stay on the track, keep the balance. She keeps the swinging here in the wall, very nice. Even in the half pass, keeps the flow, keeps the swinging, finds a good flexion and bending. Also a really nice seated rider, really balanced. Good transition here, back to the collected trot, really smooth in hand. Very nice in the frame here. Very nice. She manages that really well. Keeping the swing through all the exercises in the trot work. Good bending and flexion. Good walking period here to the left. Staying really in the rhythm. Gaining a bit much ground cover here in this collected walk. But absolutely in a clear 4-beat rhythm, which is absolutely the most important aspect. The rhythm, the first point of the scale of education. Very nice and big walk. Maybe she could try to give him a bit more the reins to stay steady in her seat. And then giving him a long neck, finding the stretching, but still keeping her seat. Good transition here into the first collected canter. Very nice first half pass. Good change, very clear and absolutely well balanced, super managed here by Mette Dahl. Ah, what a pity. She really saved the spirit. She came in so good, and she needed to ride it a bit bigger to make sure to keep the rhythm. To the right, yeah. Even here he could take a little bit more place on the hind legs to reach out even higher marks here. Very clear and safe 4-time changes. Very nice uphill, clear in the rhythm. Very, very well managed. These 4- and 3-time changes by Mette Dahl. And the change to the right. Good transitions here. Out of my perspective, the horse in the canter world could keep a bit more the weight on the hind legs and keep a bit more the jump through the body to reach out higher marks even than in these periods, which of course were very, very expensive today. But overall, a strong performance, ladies and gentlemen. The first competitor for Great Britain. A test with a lot of harmony. This expressive extended trot and the nice and smooth half passes here. What I really enjoyed was the self-carriage of that horse. 67.677 for Mette Dahl and Fidelio van het Blömenhof, which is the lead so far.
69.265.
And again, these good changes, really clear, jump through the body.
66.912. It's an average of 67.677 for Great Britain for Mette Dahl and Fidelio. The next team, ladies and gentlemen, Team Germany, presented by Cornelia Albrecht, Chefteam, bringing Celestine Kindler, Rose Oatley, Lana Pino Baumgürtel, and Luciano Baumgürtel. It's Team Germany, and we cross our fingers for the first team rider riding König on quarterback on first Piccolo.
Yeah, the first rider for Germany just entered the arena. It's a home game here in Kronberg. We now proudly introduce the 16-year-old Celestine Kindler. And she's riding the expressive 14-year-old Westphalian stallion Quotenkönig. He's by quarterback out of a Fleet Street. Stallion with Grand Prix approval and an impressive RPI of 89. Now we cross our fingers for Celestine Kindler and Quotenkönig, Team Germany. Very nice first entrance. Really straight on the center line, nice salute. Also here, very nice extended trot, a really extended trot. The horse not getting really quicker, but gaining a lot more ground cover. Keeping the swing, good bending and flexion in this first shoulder in. Very active in the hind leg here, also in the vault, keeping good swing. Nice half pass to the left. And again, a really good extended trot. Not the most expressive extended trot, but absolutely regular and in a classical way. The horse really nice swinging over the back, transporting the energy into the neck. Nice transition into the walk here. She directly finds into the collected walk, also in a clear 4-beat rhythm. Nice connection. Super first period. Really small, active, clear in the rhythm, good bending and flexion. Well done. Super managed. Even to the right by Celestine Kindler. And needs to make sure that he's not getting quicker now. Here on these last meters of the collected walk. Let's see if she finds, or if Quotenkönig finds the stretching. He definitely finds a good relaxation, really nice walk, a big walk, really going through the whole body. An absolutely highlight of the test for me, this extended walk. And we can see that at the end as well. Again, by the regie. She manages it very nice. Maybe could keep him a bit more on the hind leg in the changes between the half passes to really mark out even change a bit more. It's really willing to take place in this spirit. Maybe she could ride it a bit smaller to even achieve higher marks. Let's see how she manages it to the right. That was very nice, really carrying the weight on the outside hind leg here. The horse was really turned by the outside rein of the rider, staying between the inside leg and outside rein. Super managed the 4 times. Celestine Kindler open up the frame once more on the short side. Seems so self-confident, her kind of riding here in Kronberg. Absolutely phenomenal. This young rider here. A really, really strong performance, ladies and gentlemen. We really need to point that out. She's only 16 years old, Celestine Kindler, and a really strong first performance for Team Germany. A safe round with a lot of highlights, and we see here the German team celebrating Celestine Kindler, and these are 70.765%, and which is again the lead so far. Here we see the nice period to the right, the horse really staying between inside leg, outside rein, keeping bending and flexion, staying on the outside hind leg. Very, very well managed by Celestine Kindler. Maybe in these changes he can find a bit more self-carriage in future to even achieve more and higher marks. But overall, a really strong performance. She can be very, very happy with that test, I'm sure. So, but now we want to pay our attention to the first competitor of Poland. Who just entered the arena, Jador and Julia Jokiel, the first rider today for Team Poland.
Here is the first team rider, Julia Jokiel and Jador by Adrian and Domprima. Team Poland.
And she's presenting Jador, a 9-year-old KWPN mare, foaled from the sire Eyecatcher out of Don Primer. Jador carries refined warm blood, elegance and dynamic expression, scoring, for example, 67% in the team test at CDI Gościszów in May in Poland. Now she was selected to the Polish Young Riders team for Kronberg. She previously represented Poland at the 2023 European Junior Championships in Oliva aboard. So let's see how they arrive now in this young rider division. Julia Jokiel, 19 years old. I think we should never forget that these are also young riders on such a high level competing here in Kronberg. It's getting a bit crooked in the connection, needs to make sure to really come through there. Very nice now. Yeah, the vault may help her a bit now. Well, we can see it here as well. A bit crooked in the neck. A nice swinging trot. A good extended trot. Maybe the horse can find a bit more self-carriage in future in this extension. Very nice in the frame here as well. Keeping a good swing, good activity in this trot work. Very well managed by Jokiel. I really enjoyed the kind of trot work from that horse. Really nice and smooth swinging. Seems to be very light in the connection even here. Jokiel can lightly guide him through this walking periods, not using too much the reins. Good flexion and bending. And a very nice transition into the extended walk. Yeah, directly the pad, absolutely right. The horse directly searches the stretching after she gave her a bit the rein. Needs to make sure to keep the double rein not too long now. But if that's the only issue, I think we can all be happy. Nice walk here. Well presented. And needs to make sure to not make him too round here. I think that's not that necessary. It could have been a bit more balanced through these transitions. The change was a bit crooked there. She needs to really make sure to keep her now on the hind legs. Even this period still a bit big. And the change a bit short on the right in the hind leg, still through. That could be jumped a bit clearer through the body. The period to the right a bit better. Maybe was getting a bit quick in the turn there. Could see it a little bit more on the hind leg in these periods. We have seen that a bit better before by Quotenkönig, who really took place. Maybe still also was not so much on spot. The period still a bit big. But the judges really want to see the highest point of collection in these periods. Very good preparation here to the first change. Little struggle in the second one. And another one. Very nice extended canter, gaining a lot of ground cover here. Very nice uphill. In the last half hold.
Mer applaus för Jokiel och applaus för Badell.
And the famous physiotherapist, Dr. Meyerhofer, sitting next to the Polish team members here.
Here are the first results.
And these are 63.853% for Julia Jokiel. I think it's absolutely a combination with a lot of potential. Achieving a little bit more suppleness, a little bit more self-carriage in the canter work, bit more collection, she can achieve a lot more high scores, I think. Very nice. An elegant mare, a well-seated rider.
And now we only welcome Team Sweden.
But that's how it is. Every exercise counts here. And from Poland, ladies and gentlemen, we switch over to the first competitor for Sweden.
15-year-old Swedish mare by Slovens Rafael in midfield is Emma Karback.
And the first rider here in Kronberg for Sweden is going to be Emma Karback. She's riding her 11-year-old Swedish warm blood mare Kala. Kala has been with Emma since junior levels and helped earn team selection at 3 European Young Rider Championships, including St. Margrethen last summer. So a really well-experienced combination entering now. Representing Sweden, ladies and gentlemen, Emma Karback and Kala, 21 years old. It's a really strong start. A nice entrance and a first nice diagonal here and a good extended trot. Very well balanced shoulder in, very nice flexion, good bending. Maybe we could keep the swing a bit more in this shoulder in. Super nice half pass here. Very good crossing, good bending and flexion. But maybe in this corner we can see there's still a little bit more swinging, a bit more cadence in the collected trot. Maybe she can improve that as well in the shoulder in and the half pass to keep that kind of swinging. That's absolutely super managed by Emma Karback, riding with a lot of self-confidence here, it seems. Very nice vault. Entering a bit early here into the half pass. Starting a bit before E, but very nice crossing, and even to the right and to the left we could see both half passes with good bending, good flexion, and really good crossing. Absolutely clear 4-beat rhythm here in the collected walk. Good first period. The rider managing it really, really well. Maybe can have in this half periods a bit more self-carriage, a bit more, stay a little bit calmer, and he's showing his tongue now on the left side. It was just coming out a bit in the collected walk, but now came really out in this extended walk. Let's hope that he's not turning it over the bits now. Super safe. Half pass, good change. Even here to the right. keeping the rhythm. A nice half period, which was even that one, not the smallest one, but really on the hind leg and a good flexion and bending, but still a bit big. Let's see. He's getting a bit crooked now in front of the period. In the period, he needs to stay a bit more between inside leg and outside rein to find a bit more balance there. She is really willing to take place on the hind legs, but then struggling a bit with the self-carriage and the balance there. Super changes, very straight, clear, and nice through the body. Of course, we would wish them a bit more uphill, but as we can see in the normal canter work, the horse is not jumping into the sky, so he won't jump into the sky in the changes as well, but he's absolutely clear. He's loose in the back in these changes. In the 4-time changes, he was a bit more supple than in the 3 times here, but still very, very safe, absolutely well managed here by Emma Karback in these changes, gaining good marks there for the 4-time piece, as well by the judges. We always have to compare the natural movements, of course, in these exercises. What a pity there in the walk for today. A test with a lot of highlights. From Sweden, Emma Karback, the first competitor. I don't know what happened in the walk, why the horse showed his tongue there. He seemed not to be unhappy during the whole test. Nice play with his ears, good swinging through the body. (67.5%) for Emma Karback and Carla today.
Age 67.206 and C 68.529 and M a score of 68.088 and B 66.324 gives Sweden a total on the balance sheet of 67.5%.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the result after the first part of the young riders. Celestine Kindler and Quotenkönig are in lead so far with 70.765%, followed by Mette Dahl and Emma Karback. And we are heading into a short break now, so it's time to stretch your legs or refill your coffee again. We'll be back shortly with more top-class dressage, and we'll continue at 10 with the next and first competitor for the Czech Republic, Elisa Steova. So stay tuned and enjoy your little break.
Lena Wolf at 66.941. These are the top 5 riders of the first competitors in the FEI Young Riders Team Test for the European Championships 2025. And we proceed in a couple of minutes. Short break. See you later.
As you can see.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as the barn is going to be prepared for the next starters, I just want you to please know that Freya Olen Skovos Lindblad has withdrawn from the competition. So the next rider to enter the arena will be Katherina Zich from Austria, scheduled for 10:27. Freya Online Skovos Lindblad has withdrawn from the competition, so the next rider to enter the arena will be Katherina Zich from Austria, scheduled for 10:27.
German make no. And it was I saying too. So yeah, not also to say wow. Oh, the extended camera I gave 8. That was the only 8 I gave. Everybody reads it and it's like makes no sense. I have to superscribe the Sandra. Really fast. Yeah. So I call Hofa, but she's too Ulster.
Welcome back on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, for the next part of the FEI Young Riders European Championships T-Test. We start after the break with an individual competitor representing the Czech Republic, presenting Falcao, Hanoverian girling from 2012 by Fürst Nymphenburg and De Niro. We're happy to have here Elisa Steova representing Czech.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the judges decided to start a bit earlier than the official list usually said. So, Elisa Steova has already entered the arena, starting expressive trot work here from the Czech Republic. 23 years old. Together with her 12-year-old Hanoverian stallion Falcao, who is by Fürst Nymphenburg out of a De Niro mare. Second period, out of our perspective, a bit better. And the first one, he came a bit deep, lost the self-carriage. But again, a super nice walk now, extended walk here. Really the horse gaining a lot ground cover, coming through the body with the hind leg over the back, having a nice freedom in the shoulder and finding a very, very good stretching. An absolutely highlight of the test, this extended walk. Let's see how the judges result that. While Elisa Steova already started here very nicely with the first half pass to the left, a good balance change and straight change, and a nice second half pass. Let's see how she manages the first periods here. Yeah. Was good sitting on the hind leg, quite small. We could stay a bit safer in the self-carriage. That's what I wanted to say, I'm sorry. She really tries to show these periods small. Good change here to the left. Very nice and safe 4-time changes here. Good frame. And Eliska decided to show her Falcao on the bridle. Little issue here on the change to the right in the 3 times. What I really like is that the horse really seems to be relaxed during the whole test. Really supple and loose in the back, always transporting the energy from the hind leg over the back into the neck. This last half hold a little bit too much on the forehand, but a test with some very, very nice highlights here. Eliska Stevlova for the Czech Republic.
We have some hints for some of you have chosen the wrong parking place this morning.
So these are 65.235% for Eliska Stevlova and Falcao.
There's an Audi on the park of the shuttle from Romania, an Audi from Romania with a number plate B88ZOZ, Audi Romania B88ZOZ.
And this is the 6th place so far for Eliska Stevlova. Celestine Kindler with Quotenkönig still in the lead, reaching out 70.765%, followed by Mette Dahl at 67.6%. And we can see it here even in this period in the slow motion again. Thank you to the jury. The horse needs to find a bit more self-carriage in some parts of the test to reach out some higher marks, but I think we can see that there was a lot of potential in this combination.
64.412 and M 65.882 and B 64.265 gives her an average percentage of 65.235. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have again a very short break of nearly 8 minutes because the next competitor has withdrawn.
Oh, and even the next competitor has withdrawn, so we have another small break of 8 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
We have some time before we come to the first rider for Austria.
And we are going to expect the first rider for Austria, Katherina Zich, and her Fidelio in around 8 minutes. So stay tuned. And we will hear us back again in 8 minutes.
we proceed, ladies and gentlemen, with the next team. Team Austria, with Katherina Zich, Fanny Yel, Valentina Friedl, and Florentina Jöpsel, presented by chef d'équipe Dr. Ursula Barth, representing Austria, sends his first team rider, riding Fidelio, an Hanoverian gelding, 14 years old by Vögel's Viscount and Laurie's Crusader, is Katherina Zich.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Riding for Austria here in the Young Riders division. We are now proud to introduce the 20-year-old Katherina Zich aboard a 14-year-old Hanoverian gelding Fidelio. It's foaled in 2011, sired by Vögel's Viscount OLD. Are alongside since their junior years, together marking their third trip to the European Championships, but their first representing the Young Riders team here in Kronberg now. Very nice first extended trot, super gaining ground cover. Really nice swinging, not getting too fast. Very expressive start. Super shoulder in. Very nice balanced, good in the bending and flexion. Very nice frame in the vault as well. Yeah, now she finds the crossing. Also, Fidelio is shown on the bridle. I think we should always point that out a little bit. Transition could have been a bit more fluent, a bit more on the hind leg here, back in the collected trot. But again, a very smooth and nice, well-balanced shoulder into the right with a good flexion and bending. Especially super nice balanced and a good frame again here in the vault. Very nice half pass to the right, good crossing, and she's always keeping the swing from the hind leg over the back into the mouth, even in the half passes. Very, very expressive and super nice trot work here. And absolutely well managed by Katherina Zich. Now here in the collected walk. Could stay a bit higher in the neck here, finding a bit more self-carriage, yeah. Needs to make sure to keep him clear in the rhythm in this period. Very nice period to the right. Even here maybe a bit more self-carriage. A little higher in the neck. Let's see how she finds the stretching now in the extended walk. Yeah, Fidelio is gaining a bit more ground cover. As we can see, a clear 4-beat rhythm. Very nice stretching. Maybe could even open a bit more the frame. Even achieve a little bit more over tracking there. Still a nice walk. Smooth transition into the collected canter. Not sure if it was our perspective, but it seems that the change was not really at X on the center line. She ended up a bit early maybe here. in these half passes, which were also very nice balanced, clear in the rhythm. So the periods now. Yeah, maybe even here could stay a bit more on the hind leg, a bit more on the spot to even reach out higher marks there. You can see she's losing a bit the score now after this fantastic, phenomenal trot work, which May was the best trot work, or one of the best trot works so far. And even in the period to the right, yeah, we can, very nice change here at C. But in the periods, he could take a bit more place on the hind legs, really finding the highest point of collection. Very well managed, the 4-time changes and the pad. Again, a nice frame. Maybe could be a bit more active here in the hind leg, jump a bit more through the body in this canter work. Yeah, super. Good changes, 3-time changes, very clear, uphill, straight on the line. So this diagonal, very nice, well managed. A good extended canter with a nice transition, a good change. And coming really straight on the center line. Yeah, needs to keep her horse now active. And the last salute. A test with a lot of highlights. For me, the trot work was really absolutely outstanding. Katherina Zich and Fidelio, 14 years old, Hanoverian gelding, representing Austria, and this very nice scenes now shown by the jury again. And this phenomenal trot work. And here we can see that she really tries to figure out that change, but maybe it was just also a little bit the perspective that it seems to be not 100% on point. 67.735%, which is the second rank so far for Katherina Zich, and a strong performance.
68.824 and LB 66.912 gives Katherina Zich and Fidelio and the Austrian team first score of 67.735% in average. Individual-wise, it's currently the second place. And then we have the first team rider for France with chef d'équipe Aurélien Leonardi and Amaline Chevage with Anna Dupuy-Pelardi.
And from Austria we now switch over to the first team rider of France. We proudly present now the 18-year-old Amaline Chevage aboard her 11-year-old Hanoverian gelding Borderline. Johnny Walker, a KWPN stallion, 11 years old, also shown on the bridle here. A little struggle here in the shoulder in. This balance. Also there in the wall, seems that the horse is a little bit, still a bit tensed here. This outstanding setting here of family Lenzenhoff, Scharfhof. Place with so much history, and absolutely an honor for every rider to compete here and representing their country on the European Championships. Out of my perspective, a trot work with still a lot of potential. Seemed that he was maybe a bit tensed in here and there, but could keep a bit more swinging over the back, finding a bit more self-carriage and a bit more confidence there in this trot work to achieve higher marks. Even here it seems that the horse getting a bit strong and running a little bit away from the hind legs, even in the trot work. And here after the first period, now the extended walk, clear rhythm. Even here it seems that the horse, there's still some potential, could open a bit more up the back, stay a little bit looser, finding even more transporting of the hind leg through the body to even open up more the frame than he already does. We can see that even in these transitions he's always coming a little bit up too much and getting a bit strong there. Good half pass to the right. Safe change, a bit crooked maybe the change. And even here it seems that the horse didn't react on the first 8 of Amaline Chevage. Full spirit. Super managed by her. Change to the right. I would wish everything a little bit more supple, a little bit looser, especially in the back. The horse is more working over the back and finding a bit more self-carriage to really express his talent in this exercises. Very nice managed. These 4-time changes by Amaline Chevage. Expressive changes, nice uphill and through the body. A little issue there, and that's what I mean. He's getting too strong and too stiff then in the back, which makes it too hard for the, and nearly impossible for the rider to show supple and good changes from stride to the next third stride. A combination with a lot of potential for France today. Amaline Chevage. Still some issues here and there today for them, but a combination with a good perspective in future, finding more suppleness. I'm sure they will even reach out higher marks. These are 65% for Johnny Walker and Eglantine Fossat.
At E, 66.765%, at age 63.971, at C 64.265%, at M 65.588, and at B 64.412. Gives England team a score of 65% flat for France. Currently the 8th rank, derzeit Platz 8. And we proceed with our teams. First team rider for the Netherlands, the Dutch team containing Anik Fund, Vicky Schelstadt, Jasmine Westerling and Tessa Cole, and everything under control of Shifty Kibolik, Butz Vector. And first of this team with my first choice, Utopia, a KWPN Girling from 2017 by Blue Horse, first choice, and Sir Sinclair is Anik Fund, first team rider for the Netherlands.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, now it's getting really exciting. Riding for the Netherlands, we proudly introduce the 18-year-old Anik Fund along her 10-year-old Danish warm-blood mare. My first choice, Utopia. They began together competing in 2023 and quickly emerged on the national stage, securing top 3 podiums at the Dutch Young Riders Team selection trials and earning selection to the national squad for Kronberg. Coming down the center line now, Anik Fund, representing the Netherlands, and my first choice, Utopia. Very expressive start here. I think there was a little issue in the extended trot. Little issue in the rhythm. Very nice and active hind legs, working really under the body. Nice swinging. Horse in a really nice self-carriage, really working uphill in front of her. Swinging super nicely over the back, finding very, very good crossing here. Good bending and flexion. Fantastically managed. He is on fire. Really willing to go. Willing to earn every point here. Super managed the second extended trot by Anik Fund. Very nice frame here on the short side. See this active kind of trotting. Yeah, needs to make sure to not turn the shoulder too much inside now. Very nice how the horse keeps the swinging. Super half pass to the right. Very nice, balanced, good self-carriage, good bending and flexion, nice crossing. And she's breathing deeply now after this really strong start. Having a good 4-beat rhythm, but it looks that the left hind leg is a little bit moving shorter than the right one here in this collected walk. Yeah, you can see that. The right hind leg is going a bit more under the body than the left one. Very, very nice connection. The rider pets a horse. He really finds the relaxation now. Could gain a bit more over tracking here. but a clear 4-beat rhythm, relaxed walk. But of course she won't reach the highest marks for that. Good change here. Little struggle with the balance here in the half pass to the right. But we have to say the horse is really full of energy, and Anik Fund also is doing a super job here. Really trying to just give him as much aid as necessary. Very nice and strong first period here. Really on the hind leg, finding the collection. Nice change at sea. Really uphill and clear through the body. Really pointing out a lot of highlights. Look at this kind of collection here. Very nice how the horse takes place on the hind leg, on the outside hind leg especially. Finding good self-carriage, still being over the back, and in a good bending and flexion. Absolutely a highlight of the test, this spirit to the right. Again, super managed by the rider. These 4-time changes could be a bit more supple. Yeah. And the 3-time changes, clear and through. They also need to be a bit looser, a bit with less tension there, but absolutely well managed again by the rider. You can see that the horse is really always putting the ears in front, willing to go forward, which is such a lovely attitude. Sometimes, of course, that makes it here and there a bit difficult. But an absolutely strong performance, ladies and gentlemen. And greetings to the Netherlands, Anik Fund. And this impressive, my first choice, Utopia. Wow, what a start here for the Netherlands in their FEI European Championships. We can see there also the team members and Ankie van Kroonsven watching this strong performance. 71.853%, which is the new lead so far. Just now before in front of Celestine Kindler and her Quotenkönig.
At age 71.618%.
Yeah, super. Again, these spirits really carried on the high side hind leg. The horse finding nice bending and stretching. Flexion, pardon.
71.853 for the Netherlands, for Anik Fund. And for sure she's also taking over the lead in this individual class.
So now that really puts the next riders on pressure now.
Next rider is again an individual competitor representing Hungary, riding Domina Double H, a mare bred in Oldbrook. It's a 9-year-old daughter of Foundation and Rosario years for Hungary, Anna Hofa.
We are expecting another individual rider here representing Hungary. We now introduce Hanna Hofa, riding her 9-year-old Oldenburg mare, Romina H.H. A mare bred by Foundation out of Rosalie. 20 years old, Hanna Hofa for Hungary. Really nice and controlled extended trot here. A well-balanced shoulder in to the left. Maybe the horse could keep a bit more swinging over the back during the whole trot work here. Very solid half pass to the left. Maybe we can see that this transition could be pointed out a little bit stronger, really shown the transitions from the collection into the extended trot and back again. Could have been a bit more banded and flected here in the Walden half pass to the right. Coming now into a very nice collected walk. A good 4-beat rhythm. We can see the 8 phases into the first period here. Also in a good frame. Even here to the right, she should try to get a little bit more bending and flexion through the body to even reach out higher marks in these half periods. And that's so lovely to see today. Really a lot of horses showing a really nice extended walk. Maybe she should try to find a bit more stretching down. He was a little bit interest maybe by her fan club sitting and crossing the fingers outside the ring. Again, very controlled half pass to the right. Really nice and balanced sitting by the rider. Well managed. After getting shortly in struggle after the change, bringing her horse back again on the hind leg, finding now again the self-carriage. Well done and good managed by Hanna Hofa. Very nice period here to the left. The outside canter clear in the rhythm. A little struggle there in the change. What a pity. Yeah, even here he's getting a bit tense now. Needs to make sure to keep him in front of him. The period to the left I preferred a bit, even when it was maybe a bit bigger, but it was a bit better in the bending and flexion out of my perspective. Nice flying change here to the left. Nice uphill and through the body. Let's see how the 4-time changes work. Well managed. Yeah, and the pet again. Always nice to see that communication. A little bit struggling now. Needs to make sure to really keep the activity and keep him on the hind leg to make sure to keep the 3-beat rhythm there on the short side. Manages it really good. I think she's really happy now to be done with the changes for today. Nearly done. We can see that here in the extended canter as well. The horse is now a little bit losing the weight on the hind legs and searching a bit, as we say, the fifth leg. A little bit too much on the hand. Lost a bit the self-carriage during the test, which had a lot of highlights. Hanna Hofa, representing Hungary. And her only 9 years old Oldenburg mare Romina HH, which of course can be absolutely a reason why the horse lost a little bit the power during the test with only 9 years old. This is still a Prix St. George and a strong and heavy test for all the horses. 67.765% today.
68.235%. Erika Ebert at H is 69.265. Maria Kolianda at C, 66.765%. Marlena Gruszka-Wojcinska, 68.382. And Federico Pinteos at B, 66.176. Gives her a percentage average of 67.765. This is, in the time being, the third place in the individual classification.
That's the third place in the individual ranking so far for Hanna Hofa.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have
and now we switch over from Hungary to Spain again. We proudly introduce the second team rider.
Under the eyes of Shifty Maria Serva Shassan, we have Pablo Garcia Kobos with us, riding Let It Go T, a 9-year-old Dutch bred gelding by Top Secret and Spielberg. Pablo Garcia Kobos, second team rider for Spain.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, representing Spain now. Proudly introduce the 18-year-old Pablo Garcia Kobos riding the striking KWPN gelding Let It Go T. The second team rider for Spain. Buenos dias, Pablo Garcia Kobos and Let It Go T. Yeah, the horse is getting still a bit looking around here in the outstanding arena of Schafhof. So it's a pity that issue in the extended trot. Needs to make sure to really stay focused now and yeah, finding a bit more suppleness during the test. Yeah, we have to be honest. Of course, a lot of people fight about these discussions. The nose needs to go in front of the neck. That's absolutely true. But you can see here now that Pablo Garcia Kobos really needs to make sure to have him through the neck. see that the horse is still a bit tensed in the back, in the neck, not really through. I think that half pass to the right was the highlight of their test so far. Very nice period to the right here, but we should definitely point out that we would wish more use of the bridle, of the snaffle, and not of the double. Yeah, I think the horse is fine with that now. Clear 4-beat rhythm. Still, even here, he's not really 100% on the aids of the rider. Pablo, Garcia, Kobos does not have him really on his seat so far. Let's see how it goes in the canter work. He's a bit watching here in the corner, which makes it really difficult for the rider to show a safe and clear change on point on the 8. We can see there's the horse has a lot of potential for collection. Is really willing to take place on the hind legs. Good period to the right. Even here he should make sure to keep his horse a little bit more through the neck, through the back, finding more suppleness, more work over the whole body in a loose neck. Very nice changes here on the diagonal. Canter work is a bit better than the trot work, in my opinion. Even here we can see there's a lot of potential in these good flying changes. Representing Spain, ladies and gentlemen, that was the second team rider, Pablo Garcia Kobos, and Let It Go T. Today struggling a little bit with the suppleness, but also with some improvements in their canter work. The Spanish team.
Presenting the second rider, and now we have a 15-minute break.
Yeah, they're absolutely one of the highlights, the half pass to the right and the period to the right. You can see the horse really taking place on the hind leg, but still needs to be more over the back, over the neck, and through the neck especially. We always want a good frame with the nose in front, but the horses needs to work over the back and over the neck and stay loose in their lower neck muscle.
Let It Go, second team rider
62.470% today for Pablo Garcia, Kobos and Let It Go T.
6%. Let's see, sorry, at H, 61.765. Then C, 62.647. M, 63.235. And B,
And let's have a look on the results so far. In lead, the impressive and really good ride from Anik Fund and my first choice, Utopia, with 71.8%, followed by also a very nice performance, strong performance by Celestine Kindler and her Quotenkönig with 77%, and Hannah Hofa with Romina HH, we just saw a few minutes ago from Hungary with her lovely mare, only 6 years old, on the third place so far. And we are heading up now into another short break, ladies and gentlemen, so it's time for you to enjoy another drink, another coffee, whatever. We will hear us back again at 11:22, and then we are going to expect the next rider for Great Britain, Tegan Cantrell-Bennett and her Woodlander Donosuma. So stay tuned here at the FEI Dressage European Championships for young riders and U25, represented here at the Schafhof. And we are happy to have you here live on Clip My Horse TV and FEI TV with us. And we will hear us back again then at 11:22 with the next and second competitor for Team Great Britain.
EU für Euskirchen, auch hier möglicherweise ein Mietauto EU 9780, rental car probably EU, IU 9780, Netherlands 56XVL8, Niederlande 56XVL8, Belgium, a car from Belgium 2CTW 065, 2CTW 065, Frankfurt YU 247, Euskirchen OA 1410, Wiesbaden HE 9227. A car from Spain, please remove your car from that position. Park on the meadow behind the VIP tents, please. 2019 LBS. And a car from UK VE22ZDD. And that's it.
listen, baby. Ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby. If you need me, call me. No matter where you are, no matter how far. Don't worry, baby, just call out my name. I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Remember the day I set you free? I told you you could always count on me, darling. From that day on, I made a vow. I'll be there when you want me, some way, somehow. 'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Oh, no, darling, no wind, no rain. Oh, winter's cold, can't stop me, baby.
You have a,
'Cause you
jacket?
are my love, baby. There ain't no mountain high
Das ist ja ein schönes Pferd, das ich hab von ihm.
valley
Ja,
low
aber das
enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. 'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low
das ist
enough,
schön.
ain't
Und die ganzen Wechsel so ein bisschen,
to keep me from getting
aber ein schönes
to you,
Pferd.
baby.
Schön, ja. Super.
To keep me from getting to you, baby.
But the walk's a little limited. But anyway, it was good riding.
Another day, another way for me to open up to you. Yeah, oh, yeah. Another day, another way for me to open up to you. I used to worry I would wake up one day
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FEI European Championships for Young Riders and U25. We are ready for the next block of riders. After a short break, we will now continue with the next group of highly motivated combinations, each one carrying the hopes of their national team.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
And the leaderboard already began to take shape, but nothing is decided yet for sure. In this section we will see some exciting new pairings and experienced competitors alike. So the pressure is growing now, the atmosphere is building here at the Schafhof, and every score matters now. So settle in and enjoy the next part of this international dressage highlight here live, broadcasted on Clip My Horse TV and FEI TV, live from the outstanding Schafhof, and representing Great Britain, we proudly introduce the next combination. Tegan Cantrell-Bennett, ladies and gentlemen, and Woodlander Donna Summer, representing Great Britain now. Very experienced British war-blood mare, Woodlander Donna Summer, 20 years old. Very smooth transition back into the collected trot again after that first nice extended trot. We could see after a few steps she really find a good bending and flexion. Good half pass to the left, very nice self-carriage here. Gaining really good ground cover here. I need to make sure to stay in the rhythm here at the end. Really elegant type of trotting. Could have had a bit more bending here to the right in the shoulder in and the first vault as well, but a very nice half pass again here to the right with a good crossing, keeping the swing. And Tegan, who completed her Young Riders eligibility this season, has formed a trusted partnership with Donna Summer over several years, progressing together into international competition under the direction of her mother and national coach Celestine Kindler. Very solid collected walk. You can see the horse could find a bit more stretching here now, really following a little bit more the rider's hand, really searching more the contact to the bit, but a very Still a good walk and a clear 4-beat rhythm with a nice over-tracking. But still a little bit to improve. Very controlled half passes here. What I really like is the well-balanced sitting by the rider. Really trying to sit in the horse. Only supporting her horse as much as necessary. A nice first half period here to the left. Good flying change to the right. Really clear jump through the body. Very controlled and nice period to the right. Really the horse taking the seat on the outside hind leg, carrying the weight, keeping bending and flexion. Super safe change on the short side again. It's very nice to see here from the front as well. The 4-time changes. Super managed here as well by Tegan Cantrell-Bennett. So a very nice frame, a light connection there. It's really nice to see. It looks everything really easy and simple. And this is what dressage is all about. Lightness, harmony, of course, precision, but the harmonious connection between rider and horse always is the most important aspect. Very nice shown here by Tegan Cantrell-Bennett. And don't forget, this horse is one of the oldest one and still so fit here in this arena at the Schafhof. A really strong performance. Yes, she can be very happy with that strong test, and her lovely 20-year-old experienced mare Woodlander Donna Summer. Tegan Cantrell-Bennett, ladies and gentlemen, for Great Britain, showing a really strong performance, fighting for the medals here. 69.529%, which is the 3rd rank so far. We can see that also. What I really enjoyed is her deep hand and her calm hands, really with a lot of feeling. You could see that she can swing with the hand. The horse is not, pulling on the reins, really carrying on the hind legs during the test.
In the individual ranking is the 3rd place.
Lovely.
And now currently on the 2nd place in the team ranking, the 2nd rider for Germany.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
last year, European individual champion.
It's getting excited here.
Now 1 year older.
As I said, the atmosphere is building up, and now we are expecting the 2nd rider for Team Germany.
We had a variant gelding from 2014 from DiMaggio,
And we are also expecting an absolutely talented young rider. She was the 2024 European Junior Riders Champion, ladies and gentlemen. And this spring she debuted her horse at the Preis der Besten qualifier in Hagen at young riders level, and they have won. No, excuse me, they've now been officially selected to represent Germany here and on their first championships together. I'm talking about Rose Oatley, daughter of Australian Olympian Christy Oatley,
Rose Oatley.
So the tension is rising now. The outstanding and so talented young rider from Germany. We welcome together Rose Oatley aboard the elegant 11-year-old Hanoverian stallion Don Domingo. Don Domingo is by DiMaggio out of a Don Havidov mare. Very expressive first extended trot here, gaining good ground cover, nice activity out of the hind leg. We could stay a bit looser in the back during the extended trot. Very impressive shoulder in here, keeping the swing even through the wall with a very nice bending and flexion. The horse in a good self-carriage. She's always needs to make sure to keep him really through the neck. Very good managed here. The second diagonal with another expressive extended trot coming here towards us. Very nice shoulder into the right. For me, that was even better than the left one. The vault a little bit big, I think. 8 meters needs to be. I think this was a little bit nearly down to the center line. A bit big. Very good. But it could be also the perspective of the camera again. Very, very strong start here. Very strong and small half period to the left. Collected walk in a clear rhythm. Period to the right also very small. This is really a walking period. Good flexion and bending. Maybe the horse could stay a bit more in contact now during the walk. Let's see how it goes in the extended walk. Yeah, she directly can show the transition to the extended walk, really gaining ground cover, big walk, very nice stretching. Maybe could even here find a bit more connection there in the stretching. Really clearly back again, nice transition into the collected canter now. Absolutely super managed here by Rose Oatley. Very nice and balanced straight change after the good half pass to the left and a nice half pass followed by the change. Really controlled and active canter here. Absolutely collected. Really nice to see how she starts to develop the collection on spot and then starts to turn into the period. With a lot of feeling by Rose Oatley here. Looks as he has stolen a bit the change there. And again, she really, you can see the good preparation of Rose Oatley for a super period. Yeah, well managed. I really like how much feeling she is guiding this so elegant Don Domingo here. Yeah, good changes. Still can be in future a bit more balanced, a bit straighter, staying a bit more on the line there, but you can see there's a lot of potential in these changes. Really good managed. Let's see how the 3 times go today. Yeah, a little bit tense at the end there, so the last change was maybe a bit short. But really good managed by Rose Oatley. She takes the risk. A little issue there in the transition back into the collected canter and the change. Nice center line, keeping her horse really straight between inside leg and outside rein. And the last salute for Rose Oatley. We can see he is on fire, Don Domingo, and she, in my opinion, really managed it really well with a lot of feeling today. Some really little issues here and there, but absolutely great performance for Team Germany. We can see even here the 8 so light and smooth. She's really so focused and concentrated to have the right feeling for the 8. 70.382%, which is the 3rd rank now for Rose Oatley and Don Domingo.
Age 70.735, at C 70.441, at M 71.912, and at B 67.647. Brings her a total of 70.382%. It's currently in 3rd rank, derzeit Platz 3 in der Einzelwertung, and 70.382 on the German balance sheet.
And that puts the German team in lead so far.
And Bina Mvich
But
from Slovenia, the next individual competitor presenting DJs.
as I said, nothing is decided yet. Today we just see the first half of the young riders. Tomorrow the decision is going to be made. And now we switch over from Germany to our next competitor for Slovenia, Bina Mvich and DJs. Brina, 21 years old, riding her accomplished 17-year-old KWPN gelding, DJs, by Valoran out of a Zandrahit dam. She's really riding forward here. From my perspective, it's a little bit too much activity she's asking for. She lost the stirrup. Hope she finds it again soon. You can see it even here. She's for me, using even too much the spurs now and trying to keep her horse in front of her aids. Not supple enough. It's also maybe a reason why the tail is swinging around so much. The horse with a nice swinging trot and a good activity in the hind leg keeps a good swinging, but we would definitely wish more suppleness and less usage of the aids of the rider, especially of the spurs. We can see that during the test a little bit too much here, but the judges score that, as you see, for sure. She's a little bit losing the rhythm here as well in this collected canter, collected walk, I'm sorry. As I mentioned in the beginning, I'm not a native speaker, so please bear with me if here and then are some issues. It's like in a good dressage test. Try to point it out with some deeper knowledge and a lot of enthusiasm. So we really see a horse is having 3 good gaits, even in the canter work. Canter, nice uphill and active. For me, he could stay even here, looser in the back, a little bit calmer. Looks for me everything a little bit too stressed. Not easy enough, not smooth enough. And we can see that also that is remarkable in the scores by the judges as well. You can see the potential of the horse is absolutely there. He's trying to doing his best. And the flying change here not on point. There's too much tension here in this canter, even for the changes. She still manages to have it without a big issue, but still with, from my perspective, too much tension. Same here in the 3-time changes. They are clear and they are through, but does not seem that she really has her horse in front of her aids. Even there on the short side, he comes in struggling, comes shorter in the jumps in the hind legs. There's too much tension there in the horse here during the test to even reach out higher marks by the ground jury. Even this last hold, too much on the front legs. Representing Slovenia, ladies and gentlemen, this was Bina Mvich and DJs. You see it, 62.353% for both.
Judged at E, 62.206%. At H, 64.559%. At C, it's 61.324. At M, 64.118. And at B, 59.559%. Gives Bina Mvich an average of 62.353%. Riding DJs.
And from Slovenia,
Now we come to a next team rider.
switch over
for Poland,
to the next team
second
rider for
rider,
Poland, Veronica Uziadek.
Now
Veronica
presenting
Uziadek.
Veronica Uziadek,
She's
presenting Mr.
presenting
Despo, a Bavarian
Mr. Despo.
stallion, 12 years old by Desperado and Royal Dance. Veronica Uziadek representing Poland.
We now proudly present Veronica Uziadek riding the 12-year-old Hanoverian stallion Mr. Despo, which was foaled in 2013. He's sired by Desperado out of Royal Queen. This beloved pair have grown together since Veronica's junior years. With that horse formerly campaigning through that age group. Veronica rode him at the 2024 European Junior Championships in Oatley. Now we can see a horse with a really nice trot work, really nice swinging, active hind legs, sometimes a little bit struggling in the balance, not keeping a little bit balance, struggling also with the self-carriage then. Even here, yeah, you can see that in the corner she's struggling a little bit to keep the balance during the corner and the self-carriage there, also in the shoulder in. She needs to improve that to reach out even higher marks than she already does. Very good crossing, yeah, needs to keep the crossing until the end, exactly. Transition a little bit too much on the forehand. And that's what we have seen in the trot work already, that she sometimes needs a bit more self-carriage, which is good now in the collected walk. Also very good in a 4-beat rhythm. You can see the 8 phases here clearly. Very nice second period. So let's see if she finds a good stretching and relaxation now. You could find a bit more stretching over the back to even find more relaxation and over tracking here in the extended walk. The horse should really stretch over the back with a clear overtrack and a steady 4-beat rhythm in this extended trot, extended walk, excuse me. Good change here to the left. Ah, what a pity. She's losing the rhythm here in the period. The horse does not really starts to carry the weight on the hind leg so that she can turn the shoulders around the active hind legs. Let's see how she goes with the right one. Yeah. You can see that here as well, that the horse needs to sit more on the hind leg and is turning with 1 or 2 jumps more around the hind legs. Very well managed, these 4-time changes by Veronica Uziadek. Actually, very nice how she really tries to open him again, keep him in front of her for the 3 times on the short side. And everybody who is also riding, it doesn't matter on which level you are riding, but we all know that preparation is one key to a good exercise. Very nice shown here, the extended canter, gaining good ground cover, nice uphill. This half hold was a lot nicer than, for example, the one at the transition to the walk. See a good difference here. Representing Poland, Veronica Uziadek and her 12-year-old stallion, Mr. Despo.
The scores for Veronica Uziadek.
And this is the 11th rank so far for Veronica Uziadek and Mr. Despo with 65.324%.
C is 64.706, and F 65.735, and B 66.618 gives Veronica an average score of 65.324% for the Polish balance sheet. And now the Team Portugal comes into the ring with the first team rider. Everything under the eyes
Yeah, the first team rider for Portugal is just going to start now. We are going to proudly introduce Mariana Andre, and she's the first to go. Portugal just with 3 team members here in Kronberg.
12 years old from Ruby and Buxinol and Mariana Andre. First team rider from Portugal.
And as we just have seen already during the day, warm bloods, we will now turn over into a beautiful Lusitano stallion.
First team rider from Portugal, Mariana Andre.
Iceberg de Tineo. And Iceberg is by Ruby out of Biruta. Really carrying classical Lusitano qualities and currently competing already also at intermediate 2 level. Welcome in Kronberg, Mariana Andre and Iceberg de Tineo. 20 years old, the rider. The nice entrance here. Gaining good ground cover here. It could be a bit more active even out of the hind legs. She really needs to make sure to always open up the frame here. Keeping the self-carriage even in this shoulder in. Really nice and regular trot here. Keeping the swing during the half pass. Could stay a little bit even here, a little bit more in front of the neck, in front of the nose. So that he comes even more in front of the vertical. That's better here now. Very nice wall to the right, keeping her horse between the inside leg and outside rein, finding a good bending and flexion, taking it over to the half pass to the right. And even in these periods, he needs more self-carriage. Also to then come and stay more in front of the vertical. It's a little bit searching, as we say, the fifth leg, a little bit the hand, not carrying the weight by himself. Which of course leads to lower marks then. Comes here in a really nice and clear 4-beat rhythm with a nice stretching and absolutely relaxation. And the half pass to the right for me, better than the one to the left. Was a bit more on the hind leg. She really needs to make sure to keep the activity in the collection, that he really takes a little bit more the weight on the hind leg, finding more self-carriage. She can really always open up the frame a little bit more. I was pushing a little bit against the left leg at the end. Good change here at C to the right. So let's see how she manages the period to the right now. Yeah, really small, taking place on the spot. Good period to the right here. Nice change again. It's gaining some points again now. Yeah, you can see that here nicely from the front, that the horse a little bit losing the line, a little bit struggling with the balance, even in the last change here, not absolutely through. A small but really expensive issue. Again, the change to the left, that was better. The first change again, not clear and through the jump. Good extended canter. A nice transition back to the collected canter and a safe change to the right. That was really good managed by Mariana Andre. Coming now to the last salute. Very nice. The last half hold here. Representing Portugal, ladies and gentlemen, Mariana Andre. And a striking 10-year-old Lusitano stallion, Iceberg de Tineo.
De Tineo for Portugal.
And these are 64.706% for Mariana Andre.
Score for Portugal. And E in detail 64.853. Judge at age 66.059. Sorry, 029. And C 64.265. And M 64.559. And at B 63.824. Gives Mariana Andre and Iceberg de Tineo a total average of 64.706% for the Portuguese total. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the next team rider for Austria.
And ladies and gentlemen,
The Austrian team currently on the
now the
fourth
next
place
rider for
position,
Sweden.
3-6. Now presenting
We
Karback,
proudly introduce
a
the 20-year-old Mary Sophie Heidt
gelding from
Bondagard,
2014,
riding
presented by
the
Valentina
elegant
Friedman,
12-year-old Danish warm blood
Austria.
Lomans Rossi. She has also chosen the bridle for her test. And Lomans Rossi is by Burger Gardens Bunny M out of a Latina, carrying strong Scandinavian bloodlines. Nice first halt here. It's always the first impression, the first center line for the judges. Starting really strong now. A very nice trot work, the horse really good swinging through the body. Nice shoulder in. Keeping a good bending and flexion here. Keeping the swing through the trot work, even here in the half pass. Good crossing. And absolutely not losing the rhythm in that half passes. Very nice frame here on the short side. Also really swinging through the body, over the back, into the neck. Shoulder into the right, followed by a really nice vault. Very balanced. Absolutely super correct ridden also by Mary Sophie Heidt Bondagard. There's a lot of over tracking here now. That's not the collection which the judges are looking for here in the collected walk. The first period also losing the rhythm in the second one as well. And he starts turning by himself too much. She's losing a bit the control between the inside leg and outside rein during that periods. finding very nice relaxation, very, very nice stretching, absolutely nicely ridden also here, the extended walk by Mary-Sophie. A very good over-tracking, smooth transition and preparation now, very nice, well done. But of course we see the collected walk really put down the score. Let's see if she can gain more points now. I'm sure she will. Yeah, it's to make sure to keep the activity, keep him in front of her. Nice change to the right. Uphill. Really clearly through the body. She's losing also a bit the track there in the preparation, but still well managed. The period to the right. Super prepared and super ridden here, the change to the left. Starts really early with the 4-time changes. I'm sure she knows exactly why she needs to do that. With this big canter strikes. Absolutely well done, well managed. The 4-time changes could be a bit more supple, a bit more balanced in future to reach out higher marks there. Still very safe changes. And the 3-time, yeah. Again, well managed. And not taking too much risk here on the diagonal. A test with a lot of highlights and a lot of harmony. Yeah, needs to again make sure to keep him in front of her here on the last center line. Mary-Sophie Bondagard and Lomans Rossi representing Sweden.
So, second team rider
I think
for
a
Sweden.
combination with a lot of potential.
I have to correct myself. Mary-Sophie Bondagard
Need to
presented Lomans Rossi.
may improve a little bit also the walk and especially the walking periods. They are very expensive mistakes today, but combination with a lot of highlights, such as that really nice period here to the left, really carrying the weight on the outside hind leg, staying loose in the body. 67.676%, which is the 8th rank so far for Mary-Sophie Bondagard and Lomans Rossi.
67.5 and Italy 68.529 gives Sweden
And we are
an average second score
turning over now from
67.676.
Sweden to South Europe.
And Lomans Rossi. So this was the bell for the first team rider from Denmark. Michella
So I'm very
Scofzaga,
sorry, but there is an issue in the
Anna
system
Table, Raben and Julie
here.
Jensen represent the team.
The next
Of Shifty
competitor
Keeper,
is not
Andreasen,
from South
Team Denmark
Europe. We
is
switch over
on
from
the dressage
their
course.
neighbor country.
Michella
From Sweden, we
Scofzaga
switch over
and
to
Blue
Denmark.
Horse
The first competitor today for Denmark, Michella Scofzaga and Blue Horse Elliott, entering now here at the FEI European Championships in Kronberg. 19 years old, Michella Scofzaga. Blue Horse Elliott impressive 9-year-old Danish warm-blood gelding, decided by Erlando out of Fabienne. Starting really nicely here. Very nice shoulder in, keeping a very nice, easy, but still cadenced trot, well balanced during the shoulder in, and the vault here as well, not losing the swing, not losing the rhythm. The horse in a very nice self-carriage. Ha. Okay, just forget that and keep on going. Can happen to the best, as we know. Not taking the highest risk here on the extended trot. Yeah, needs to make sure to keep him clear in the rhythm in front of her aids now. But the energy of the hind leg is really flowing step by step over the back into the neck. That's very nice here again. Good entrance in the half pass to the right, really nice shown. Good crossing. Yeah, needs to make sure to have the transition on the center line, not in the turn. These are small issues which of course also be remarked by the judges. Lost a bit the rhythm there. Starts early here with the second period. And again, nice walk, good over tracking, clear 4-beat rhythm. She can really give him the reins. Even here he could open up a bit more the frame to maybe achieve a bit more freedom in the shoulder as well. But a really nice and relaxed walk. Super. Very nice change to the right here. After a good half pass, she can also here in the canter keep the energy in the hind leg and really bring this energy through the body in the neck, achieving self-carriage. Very small the first period here to the left. She took the risk. And a good change to the right. Maybe she can achieve a bit more bending, a bit more control on the inside leg in the period now. Yeah. But he's not starting to turn by himself too much and falling a bit against the inside leg, so that the horse wants to go a little bit away from the hind leg and not carrying as much as necessary. But for me, still solid periods. Very nice changes here. Super managed by Michella Scofzaga. Still such a young rider. And again, really nice changes uphill through the body, not changing the rhythm. Very good. Absolutely a highlight. She gains higher marks there, even for the 4 tempies, which have been as well super good. Nice extended canter, getting a bit crooked here, making maybe she tries to make sure to keep him in the left side canter so that he doesn't steal the jump, the flying change. And very nice and straight on the last center line here. Ah. Stays a little bit crooked, but a really nice performance and strong performance for Denmark. We have just seen Michella Scofzaga and her expressive Danish warm blood gelding Blue Horse Elliot, ladies and gentlemen.
Now again we have a short break of 15 minutes. And then we come to the last 5 riders of today's first half of the Young Riders European Team Test. But before we go into the break,
again, these super changes really clear through the body, uphill, very nice connection and good self-carriage, absolutely highlight of their test. 69.853%, which is the 4th rank so far for that really sympathetic combination. And we are now heading into a small break again, ladies and gentlemen, and we just have another quick look on the current official standings. Leading Anik Fund with my first choice, Utopia, still on the 1st rank with 71%, followed by Celestine Kindler and Quotenkönig and Rose Oatley and Don Domingo, really close to each other. And on the 4th place, we just have seen Blue Horse Elliot for Denmark.
The first 20 riders, Anik Fund for the Dutch team is
so
in the lead with
we'll be back at 12:30, and we are going to expect another really ambitious rider from Italy and our last competitors for today's first half of this FEI Dressage European Championship for young riders today here at the Dressur Arena Schafhof in Kronberg. So stay tuned and we will hear us again at 12:30.
From Fidelio on number 7, Mette Dahl, Great Britain, Marie-Sophie Heilbronnergaard on 9, and Emma Karback for Sweden on the 10th place. These are the top 10 currently. Now we have a break and proceed at 3 minutes, 12:33. We proceed with the next horse. We expect Team Italy catching into the competition with the first team rider, 12:33.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the FEI Dressage European Championships for young riders and U25, broadcasted live for you here live from Kronberg by Clip My Horse TV and FEI TV. Thank you for joining us again.
First to go for Italy, Donatelli, Westphalian
And we now head into the final stretch of the first half here at the European Championships. And the last riders are about to enter the arena now. And we are now expecting a really young, talented rider representing Italy, Edoardo Zara, representing Donatelli. It's really stylish and very in gelding. The rider only 18 years old. Really born to the saddle at just 4 and rising to regional and national youth championships. He quickly claimed titles at pony level, then advanced to junior and young riders ranks. Riding his schoolmaster Donatelli. A really nice connection, very, very nice self-carriage here by the horse in this trot work. Really finds a good frame here. Nice swinging over the back. Active out of the hind legs. We could have a bit more bending here in the shoulder in to the right. Keeps the swinging through the vault and the half pass to the right. Good crossing, good swinging. Very nice beginning here for Edoardo Zara. To be sure to keep a clear 4-beat rhythm here in this collected walk. And he definitely should have a bit more self-carriage. Should stay a bit higher in the neck. The period a little bit quick. Donatelli needs to find a bit more relaxation here in this collected walk. This extended walk's definitely better. Good over tracking. Here could stay a bit calmer, a little bit looser in the back during the walk. Very controlled first half pass, keeping the rhythm. A change to the left, maybe a bit short to achieve highest marks. Very nice preparation of the first period, very controlled, stays between his inside leg and outside rein, and a good frame. Could be a bit smaller to even reach out more and higher marks than he already does, but for me a nice controlled and supple period to the left. Let's see how he does to the right. Yeah, I prefer the left one. The right one with not so much bending and not that class of collection we have seen in the period before, even though it was a bit bigger. Yeah, we have seen safe changes for the highest marks. He could try to keep him a bit straighter without flecting him too much to the new direction. Stay a bit more on the line, keeping the change a bit more balanced, then it's even more through the body than it is already. But still, even here, safe 3-time changes. But we see that even in the marks. It's just between 6 and 7 now. I think there's still some potential for this lovely combination from Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, mille grazie, Edoardo Zara and Donatelli.
Thank you.
I love that Italian mentality. A happy young rider. And he definitely can be 66.882% today for Edoardo Zara. And this sympathetic combination.
29% at C66.09.
And
And
this Donatelli.
And B68.0.
Here we see the nice period, a good frame.
on 66.
Really sitting on the outside hindback, well managed by Edoardo Zara.
Edoardo Zara and Donatelli.
And already entered into the arena is the next competitor for Belgium, Leisel Evers, representing Vinair. It's a Westphalian mare bred by Vitalis out of a Jazz mother. And she has also chosen the bridle for today's test. So, pay our attention now, ladies and gentlemen, for Belgium here in the Young Riders division. We are now thrilled to present the really young rider Leisel Evers on her 9-year-old Westphalian mare Vinair. And ladies and gentlemen, Leisel is only 17 years old. That's really, really impressive. A very expressive beginning here with the first medium trot. Super nice kind of trotting, really nice swinging through the body. The horse only 9 years old, don't have to forget that, but she can, I'm sure, achieve a little bit more self-carriage in the future so that she comes even a little bit deeper into the horse. Really finding a very, very nice range here on the second diagonal with a really good expressive extended trot, and really keeps her horse in the bending here in the shoulder in. Very nice vault. Yeah, keep the swing exactly. Super managed by Leisel Evers. What a beautiful chestnut. Yeah, needs to make sure to stay in the rhythm here. He's not getting too quick there in the walk, in the collected walk. But Leisel really managing it with a lot of feeling here.
Hey, Edoardo.
We see that there is still some potential here in the extended walk. Does not find 100% today in the perfect stretching, in the good frame, and really into a absolutely relaxed and smooth walk. Very expressive kind of half passes, and the changes maybe a little bit tensed here and there. Yeah, you can see that, but he's still young, 9 years old. Wow, you can see there's a huge potential for collection here. The horse is really willing to take a seat. She's managing it really good. Yeah, the right one even better than the left one. Wow. Super change. Now she's even, that's what I meant. She's, for me, she's a bit more into the horse now. He's stolen the change, but yes, directly reacting quickly, super managed by Leisel here, even though there were some issues. Yeah, that's very nice how she opens up the frame again, keeps him in front of her, keeping the balance for the 3 times now. Super. Brilliantly ridden by Leisel Evers. Of course, for future to reach out higher marks, he can still be a little bit more subtle. Calm down a little bit during the test, but very nice shown here. Yeah, good transition back. She takes the time to prepare the change again. Well done. And the last half holds to the salute. Leisel Evers, ladies and gentlemen, representing Belgium, astride the 9-year-old Westphalian mare Venair. A test with a lot of highlights today. Some small issues, but I think all in all she can be very, very happy with that test. Still having a lot of potential, I think, for the future. And of course, we shouldn't forget, as I said, she's only 17 years old, so there's still a lot of potential for horse and the rider. So a great combination for Belgium for the future. Today 69.088%, which is the 6th place so far today in the individual ranking. We can see that even he's sometimes also getting a little bit too strong, sometimes not in hand, which for me is, I think, a question of power, and that's why he's then sometimes a little bit inconfident in the mouth as well, working a little bit too much there. So yeah, we switch over to Austria now.
Representing Austria with Elastico, the 16-year-old KWPN gelding.
Already entered the arena in the Young Riders division. We are now excited to introduce the 21-year-old Fanny Yel aboard her 16-year-old KWPN stallion Elastico by Johnson out of Puberta. The horse was bred by Johann Franken and Sophie Texter. Fanny is the younger sister to Paul Yel. She took over the ride this spring after the family transitioned Elastico into the Young Riders program. Oh, I'm sorry, she's 19 years old, Fanny Yel. Super impressive horse. Really active kind of trotting here. Very nice vault now, with a good bending and flexion. Also could achieve a bit more self-carriage. Little struggle there at the beginning of that extended trot. We can see that here as well in the transition. He is becoming sometimes a bit strong in hand. That's what I meant before. Yeah, that's what I meant before with the self-carriage. He really has him a little bit more over the back. It's, I think, a little bit critical actually. She really is managing it really well here during the last half pass. But of course we have seen this little issue there in the connection. Very nice collected walk, absolutely clear 4-beat rhythm. You can see again all the 8 phases here. Now finding good relaxation, but could have more, definitely more stretching here in the neck in this extended trot, so that he really searches more the way in front of the vertical. You can see it's an absolutely impressive horse, but I'm missing a little bit the happiness now also of the horse. He seems to be a little bit unhappy, struggling maybe with some flies or something, opening a little bit the mouth here and there. Could be a little bit lighter in hand during the test. Yeah, what a pity. After a good period. Yeah, it can definitely be that he's really sensitive with the flies, and that's why he's starting shaking his head. And we see there's so much potential in this horse. Absolutely. Also here a nice canter, but for me a little bit too much tension and not enough suppleness, as we see here now as well. A really big issue now in the 3 times. And the last salute for Fanny Yel, representing Austria. I think a horse with really a lot of potential. Absolutely impressive trot work and canter work, but today yeah, with some issues in the connection and the happiness in the suppleness we definitely saw in several parts of the test. And we can see that also by the judges that this is absolutely the most important thing, and also for me, as you may have heard the whole morning, that this suppleness and happiness during the test is absolutely necessary to really reach out the highest marks. So today these are 66%, 66.971% for Fanny Yel and Elastico, which is behind her team member Katherina Zich and Fidelio.
This first half today, the second will be tomorrow at 8 o'clock. France
and we switch over again to our neighbors from France.
And Leisel Evers representing France.
We are now excited to introduce Eden Kumage riding the 9-year-old FWB gelding Legend Danzarino. And Legend Danzarino is by the famous Dante Veltino OLD. Out of a Rochbond mare, and Eden also only 18 years old now. Eden Kumage and Legend Danzarino representing France, ladies and gentlemen. Really well managed first medium trot here, gaining good ground cover. Very nice and balanced shoulder in now. Yeah, at the end it's even getting better. She really makes sure to keep the swing through the half passes there. And again, really well managed, that extended trot now. Nice swinging over the back, gaining ground cover. Really nice frame here also on the short side. And a really nice rhythm, the horse. Easily swinging into the rider's hand. And we can directly now see such a huge and good difference. Maybe we now have a horse with a little bit less movement than the one before, but we see a horse with a lot more suppleness and happiness here in the arena. And this is also directly resulted in the notes and the marks now, nearly up to 70%. Very nice and controlled, collected walk, yes. Needs to stay, make sure to stay really in the rhythm here, in the 4-beat rhythm, in the spirit to the right. Let's see if she finds the relaxation, if she finds the stretching, the nice over tracking, freedom in the shoulder. And she's really, you can see that really nicely how she tries to transport the hind leg with her hip through the body to really gain ground cover. It's really nice kind of riding here from this only 18-year-old Eden Kumage. A lot of potential. Very solid half pass to the right, to the left. She keeps the rhythm. Also to the right, a good bending, good flexion, very nice self-carriage. She's doing a really super job here. The preparation. Yeah. Ah, what a pity. She took the risk and tried to really gain the highest points for a small period, and then he lost a little bit the balance. What a pity. Good change to the right. She needs to stay focused and concentrated now. Forget that issue. I'm sure they can do that very well. Yes, better. You can see there is a lot of potential for the collection. It needs to be a little bit more through the neck in that period to the right to even reach out higher marks there. But she's managing it really nice. But here the issue in the 4-time changes. Ah, what a pity. Had such a strong beginning here, this combination. She manages it good now in the 3-time changes. I think he needs to have a little bit more connection from the hind leg now over the back into the mouth, so that he really opens up a bit more the back in the canter work. But absolutely a nice combination. Today also a lot of highlights and some issues, but a lot of potential for this combination from France. Eden Kumage and her only 9-year-old gelding Legend Danzarino. And we can see that here as well. She's managing it really well, trying to keep him a little bit deeper so that he comes through more through the back. And this is what I meant before, that when she also achieves that in the canter work, that the horse is even more jumping through the back than he already does, then he will be able to carry the weight more on the hind leg, even in the period, stay a little bit more through the neck. And I'm sure that she can gain even higher marks there and let it look a little bit easier then also as well. For example, in the changes, that she can achieve some lighter aids in the future. But ladies and gentlemen, we are not finished for today and of this first half of the young riders. Tomorrow, the second half are going to decide about the medals here in this FEI European Championship for the young riders and the U25 riders, broadcasted on Clip My Horse TV and FEI TV. And we now proudly present our last combination of this second half, coming from the Netherlands. Competing now for the Netherlands, we proudly present the 19-year-old, 20 years old Mickey Schelstrate, riding the 9-year-old Oldenburg mare Venezia OLD by Vivaldi out of a Don Federico dam. Netherlands again with a beautiful chestnut here. A strong beginning. Really elastic kind of trotting. Good swinging through the body. Little issue there in the rhythm. She really is able to keep the swing through the shoulder in. Very nice, balanced. Really elegant kind of trotting. Active from behind through the body. Very good collected walk, a really nice connection, good frame. The neck is the highest point. Yeah, strong and nice controlled first period here to the left. Really good bending. Very nice over tracking here. Good stretching. She really finds the relaxation here in this extended trot. You can really feel that here. The tension is really rising. Very well managed by Mickey Schelstrate. She stays good on the line, good preparation, very nice period. Absolutely a highlight of the test. And she's able to point out one after each other today. The left one was a little bit more balanced than the right one. The first one was really a highlight for me. Very nice changes. Active through the body. Ah, little issue there at the end. Yeah. The 3-time changes. Safe. Could be a bit more relaxed. Little bit more supple in the back. Really impressive kind of flying changes and cantering. He's really taking the risk there. Dankjewel, Mickey Schelstrate, ladies and gentlemen, and Venezia OLD representing the Netherlands.
Seems that this couple is consolidating the
A test with a lot of highlights, with a really impressive trot work. From my point of view, they can achieve a little bit more suppleness, a little bit more looseness in the back to even achieve higher scores than they already do. And here is the score. It's the third place for Mickey Schelstrate and Venezia OLD, 70.618%. Here after the first half
70.147. Marlena Gruszka-Rucinska gives 69.706.
of the young riders at the FEI European Championships, and we have a quick look on the result now. Anik Fund with a fantastic and super round today, with my first choice leading with 71.853%, followed by Celestine Kindler and a really nice round with Quotenkönig. And on the third place, so far, we see Mickey Schelstrate with Venezia OLD now, 70.618%, and Rose Oatley from Germany on the fourth place with 70.382%. So the Netherlands are in the lead so far, followed by the Germans and the Danish team. On the fourth place so far is the UK, followed by Austria, Sweden, France, and Hungary, Spain, and now we see here on the 10th place Poland and Portugal on the 11th. Nothing is decided yet, ladies and gentlemen. That was the first half of today's competition here at the FEI European Championships 2025 for young riders. It's been a pleasure sharing these beautiful performances with you. Thank you so much for joining us here on Clip My Horse TV and FEI TV. I really hope you enjoyed the rides as much as I have, and I look forward to welcoming you back at 2 o'clock with the first half of today's U25 riders here in Kronberg, the beautiful setting at the Schafhof by family Linsenhoff. So tune in and have a short break. I hope we will hear us again at 2 p.m.
Netherlands with a top score of 71.853 from Anik Fund. Runner-up Germany, third place Denmark, fourth place Great Britain, and Austria on the fifth place. Be that the overnight top five. And we see the young rider the second half tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. And now we have lunch break. And a couple of you can change or take the lunch break for changing your car park. We have several cars parking at the wrong position. A black Range Rover, schwarzer Range Rover aus Wiesbaden, VA 677, bitte umparken. A Dutch Audi in grey, Z856RT, Z856RT, ein Audi aus den Niederlanden in grau. An Audi from Slovakia, BT954IE. A horse truck from France, FY006TM. Der Porsche aus Krefeld, JB, wie Bibelmanns 77. Ein Kia Sorento aus Gelsenkirchen, GELE 3017 muss umparken. Ein Multivan aus dem Main-Taunus-Kreis In Blau MTK EV 179. Ein ungarischer Range Rover Sport, das ist Range Rover Sport from Hungary, LYV 426. Ford Fiesta from the Netherlands 56XVL8. Ein grauer Audi aus München, RC 1011. Ein VW IDS Karlsruhe MH 3109. Ein Opel Corsa aus Euskirchen UA 1410. Und ein weiterer Opel aus Wiesbaden UA 5184. Bitte umparken, sonst wird es ein anderer tun. Das war's für die jungen Reiter bis heute im ersten Teil. Der zweite, wie gesagt, der folgt morgen früh um 8 Uhr. Und wir fahren hier fort im Programm um 14 Uhr mit dem Preis der Greiner GmbH Intermediate 2, der erste Teil U25, so at 4 p.m. the first part of the under 25 competition, the first competition for the Europeans for under 25-year-old riders at 2 o'clock.